Theo Waite, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work with Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fishy Vishy. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit, it has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source, because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
hot mic. What is going on? Okay. All right. Whew. It's hot camera and hot mic right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the third round of the Lichess Legends 2024 in Trondheim, Norway. This is not the introduction that I wanted. I was just waiting for the moves to come in before I started. So let me change the scene. There you go. Yeah, sorry, and yeah, our apologies for the delay because suddenly there's some technical issue at the venue when I was waiting for the moves to come in. But okay, I don't know what is going on upstairs, but finally we got the moves and suddenly it is just automatically reverted to my OBS, and that's why we got such a hot mic and hot camera suddenly. So yeah, welcome back once again. Today is the third round of the Lichess Legends 2024 from Trondheim, Norway. Today is such a bright day today. I'm so happy. Before this, I had my coffee, I had my apple cake. I'm ready for the commentary for maybe for about 4 hours. What do you think? And well, yesterday was also very interesting, and today we have a few leaders in the tournament. Let's take a look the standings. And the 4 leaders, one of them is a female player. I'm so happy to see this. Sheila Barth Stanford from Norway. She scored 2 out of 2 and is in the leading with others. We have Bence Korpa, a grandmaster from Hungary. And then we have Elham Amar and Afsul Myanmar Suren. Okay, also from Norway, but the last name looks like he has some Mongolian influence. But anyway, yeah, let's dive into the schedule. So today, we have round number 3, and we are going to play exactly at 5 p.m. local time. And today we have Bence Korpa versus Elham Amar. So these are the 2 leaders of the tournament. And since we are doing the FIDE Dutch accepted pairings, yeah, it might be a little bit weird to you not to see the other leaders. Sheila, she should be somewhere in the leaderboard, but today she's going to play against, let me take a look if I can have Sheila on this. Oh, she's going to play against Milton Panzer from from Sweden. So yep, without further ado, let's dive into the game, maybe. I hope you're all ready. And yep, so yeah, finally all the moves are here, so really apologies again for the delay. And what we see here is looks like it's an all-up-in position, so probably let's take a look from the start. So white is Korpa Bence versus Elham Amar, so they are in the far end of the camera. Grandmaster Korpa is the one who is wearing the green t-shirt. And yes, it is an all-up-in with the knight f6 variation. And after this, d6 takes, queen d6, and yeah, so white is still thinking right now. Probably choosing which variation to play. I'm gonna pull up my Lichess database here and see, yeah, knight f3, knight a3, d4, those are the 3 main moves. Knight f3 being the first main line here, and yeah, c4, knight c6, there are still so many lines here. So Korpa is kind of pausing at the moment, possibly just choosing which variation that he wants to play. Also, since he's also playing another grandmaster, you never know, what opening, what variation they come up with. So possibly that he was not actually prepared against this line. maybe not prepared against a Sicilian actually, because Amar has also quite a wide repertoire. He can play pretty much anything. So I think I'd like to quickly check the other games as well, because on the near end of the camera here, we see Hammer playing white pieces against Jungmin So from Sweden. And what opening do we have? So it looks like it is a Nimzo with e3 variation, bishop d3 c5, knight g2, d5, okay. Takes. It looks like, yeah, it looks like pretty much like white has an IQP right now. Usually the knight should be on f3, but yeah, there's always a little difference in this type of nuance. Like if you have the knight on e2, you might want to think of the alternative how to attack in this position. So knight takes d5, wow, surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, but black took it back with the pawn. So both have now like an isolated pawn in the center. And who is actually better in this position? Probably just equal. Yeah, I don't see if anyone is better in this position. Probably, yeah, I think it's pretty much like equal. I thought in the first glance it looks like it was an exchange French variation because, well, you're kind of having similar position as well sometimes in the French exchange, but no, it came out from a Nimzo Indian opening. And I would like to see the third board. It's between also two strong players. Carson Tor Frederick is white against Urkudal Frode. So wow, I think this is like the ruler pass. Yeah, this bishop d2 variation for sure. Yes, e4 e5, knight after knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, and then we see the normal ruler pass. It can go to any type of variation here. You can go to Shigurin, you can go to Briar, you can go to hang on, what was the name again? Why do I suddenly forget? I play Spanish my whole life, both for white and black. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of forgetting the name now. Okay, anyway, d3. d3 is a close ruler pass right now. You don't want to deal with anything like knight takes e4 at some point of the game or something like that. So yeah, usually if you want to go for the normal ruler pass, you would like to play rook e1 instead of d3. But okay, d3 is a very solid line anyway. It's been played by so many people. And then let's take a look. b5, bishop b3, d6, bishop d2, castle, h3, rook b8, and a3. And after that, h6. Okay, hang on. Bishop d2 is here quite unique because the idea is you just want to prevent the knight to go to a5 because, well, this bishop is very valuable. You don't want to exchange it with the knight. So instead of the traditional way of saving the bishop like c3 or a3, bishop d2 is currently trendy. I think we see one of the world match game here between Carson versus Nepomniachtchi, or the other way around, Nepomniachtchi Carson, I can't remember which one, where bishop d2 was played, and then yeah, castle, h3, rook b8. This might not be the same continuation as that game, but yeah, a3. So a3, I think it is preparing for knight c3, because now after knight c3, this bishop is kind of blocked and it cannot control the a5 square anymore. So h6 and then knight c3. So whenever down, if there is knight a5, you can just move back to a2 like this. Rook e8, knight d5, and then bishop f8 and c4. c4 is actually very interesting because normally in the roll-up is like this, you would like to put your pawn on c3 as a preparation to go d4. But now c4 immediately, it's kind of like changing the course of the game, because now I think I can understand why knight d5 and followed by c4. If white is allowed to put the rook to c1 in the next move, it's going to be quite a dangerous c-file, especially for the pawn on c7. So taking knight on d5 might be one of the option here, but you shouldn't do that too soon, I guess, because having the pawn on d5 itself, it might restrict the development of black's pieces. So c4 here, and it looks like, do I have the right camera? I don't really have the right camera, but I will change it soon. But anyway, oh, actually I can change it to here. There you go. Yes, finally I got the right camera. So in the far end, on the red t-shirt, it's Frode Urkedal. So he's still thinking on how to deal with this position, because it looks unusual indeed. I mean, yeah, what to do in this position? If I was black here, what would I play? Taking this is tempting, although it will leave this pawn as a weakness until the end of the game. So I'm not sure if I would like to do that. So what else? Alternatively, what I should do here is, if I play knight a, oh no, knight f5 is not the move. Oh, okay, the bishop d2 is still protecting it. Okay, if I take this, I think bishop takes is the move. Yeah, you would like to get your bishop on this diagonal anyway, so you don't like to close it. Taking this, let's say, probably take it with the c pawn, and then where should we put the knight? Probably to e7 and preparing for f5. I think this is actually possible, but rook c1 is coming. Bishop f5 is, you know, it could be a threat. So, okay, for the first timer who saw this position, it could also be confusing, because you feel like you have to figure things out by yourself on the board while your opponent is just enjoying the position, because he has already prepared this beforehand. So yeah, we'll see which one that Frodo will choose to play in this position. It could be any other moves too. It could be, okay, you don't have to take this, you don't have to take this. You can actually play knight. Can I play knight e7 actually? No, maybe not. Maybe I can. After takes, I mean, this one is protected anyway. Next move, you want to play knight here, or bishop here, or f5, something like that, if you're brave enough. What about bishop e6? I don't feel like putting the bishop on e6, because at some point I'd like to take this knight with the knight. So having the bishop on e6 will just walk onto a fork voluntarily, which is not a good thing. Yeah, so we'll see. So far right now, Frodo has been thinking for how many? 10 minutes now. And let's take a look at the fourth board. What do we have here? Knight f3, d5, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, e6, castle, bishop e7. So it looks like a normal red opening. And then after b3, d4, d3, c5, e4, knight c6, e5, knight d7, and rook e1. Okay, so some King's Indian defense type of stuff, where there will be some knight maneuver here, and then all the way like this, maybe putting the bishop on g5, while black is also going to try to create some counter attack via the queen side, maybe queen here first, and then a6, b5. So it's going to be quite interesting. And what is more interesting is also the time management. This is something that I always like to look at because it shows that one player probably is more prepared than the other. Okay, I have to fix something here. The camera seems a bit off, so yeah. Just one moment. I just got to do something. Okay, I'm back. Yes, I just have to switch the cameras a little bit, but I think we're all good. And then we can continue now looking at board number 5. So on board 5, who do we have here? We have Boris Chotelbashev, Grandmaster from Denmark versus Sebastian Bogner. So yesterday, Sebastian Bogner defeated Eric Rosen in interesting game. I think their game lasted 90 moves. And speaking of which, shout out to Jonathan who is doing the stream for Eric's channel. And yeah, let's take a look at this game because it looks like it's an interesting opening. So c4, e5, so it's starting out as an English opening, and knight d4, d5, takes d5, queen takes d5, e3, knight f6, bishop g2, queen e5, and castle. Bishop c5, d3, it takes d3, and then knight d2. Wow, it's already like a gambit in the opening. I've never seen this gambit before. I mean, it's very normal if you just take it with the queen, but instead he played knight d2. Let me actually check my Lichess database if there are any games. Actually, there are games. There are games of this. Yeah, knight d2 is apparently is the main idea or main move in this position. And after castle, knight c4. And now Sebastian is thinking where to move the queen. Yeah, and he has been spending how many minutes for this move? I mean, first of all, he spent a lot of time on this move. Yeah, bishop c5. He took like 8 minutes for it, 9 minutes, and then he spent another 8 minutes so far for this move. So I think wherever the queen goes, next move, white will just take the queen on d3 anyway. Wait, where did he go? Oh, okay. I thought black is moving now, but he left the board. But no, he's still on the board. The one who's left is Boris, the white player. Okay, where does the queen go? Let's take a look. If the queen goes to c7, let's say, queen takes here, and then rook here. Do we like this position? I think we do. Yeah, the knight is pinned, but okay, it doesn't really mean anything so much now because you can play b3 anyway, and then bishop b2. It's still a fight. I mean, not sure who's better in this position. Probably white is slightly better. What else? Oh, I think the critical line here is queen h5, because this is a very thematic position in the in English, because if you take this, the idea is to play bishop h3, and it is widely believed that the fianchetto to bishop on g2 is a very valuable bishop. So you would like to exchange it with your own. But what is not into his liking after queen h5? Probably bishop f3, and then you have to move back anywhere, and then you have to move here maybe, and then there is knight e5. Yeah, or actually after this there is bishop g4. What am I talking about? No, this is fine for black. But anyway, the game goes with queen e7. So after a long thing, Sebastian chose to play queen e7. And here white took the pawn immediately and rook d8. So okay, we had like a similar position that we analyzed before, but instead of having the queen on c7, now we have the queen on e7. This might be a better place for the queen anyway, because in a sense it is protecting the bishop on c5, although it's not under any attack at the moment, but it looks like more centralized, which is good. And yeah, I like to move b3 here. I like to get my bishop out to b2. But what else do we have in this position? Because I don't mind having an IQP like this, because now it means that I have plenty of attack. Like the bishop can actually go to a3 now, and then ooh, this is yummy. All these squares, you know, it is all yummy. So I don't think if I play b3 in this position, black would take it. So probably I think black would be just developing something, like maybe developing this knight to e5. This is possible, but if the knight goes here, there might be knight f5, so you have to be careful about it. So what about developing the knight to a6? Because you can also hop onto the square and then go to the square. Yeah, this is possible. So do we have another candidate move apart from b3 here? What about, well, if the idea is to get the bishop out, so maybe we can play bishop d2, followed by bishop c3. That's possible. Okay. Still no move from Boris Shalobashev, and let's get to the sixth board. We have here a Grandmaster from Iceland, Gretarsson, versus Fiskan. And is this a Sicilian? Looks like it. Yeah, it is a Sicilian. I think it's a knight off, yeah. And then, ooh, bishop d3. So I like actually commentating on the knight of opening, because already on move 6, I think it is the most varied variation in Sicilian, because, well, on move 6, white literally plays all the possible moves here in this position. And of course, we know the old main line like bishop g5. I think many players are still playing this anyway. And then Rosen with bishop c4. It's very, very popular back in the 80s and 90s, and probably early 2000s as well. And bishop e2, the classical one. This is probably like the default choice by Karpov. So those the fans of Karpov, yeah, you might actually miss this move, bishop e2, because it is not currently very popular these days. People are opting to other ways on how to respond to the knight off. A4, A4 is also widely used these days. I mean, it can be a transposition to bishop c4, and maybe you just want to play bishop e3, and you want to play knight b3, for example. I mean, there are so many transpositions after this move. It is probably a good waiting move if you are not sure on how to continue the position. Also, the thing is, already on move 6, you're asking yourself a question like, where do I want to castle my king? Do I want to castle on the short side or on the long side? And your follow-up moves are usually the reflection to your plan. So, and also I've seen so many players play knight b3. I think this is also another flexible move apart from a4, because these two moves can actually go hand in hand. You know, it is interchangeable. What else do we have? We have f4. This is one of the sidelines, but a very dangerous sideline. It is not, I mean, not very popular, but here and there, I've seen so many players also playing this, and black has to really be careful about it. But of course, the idea of f4 is to attack the center as soon as possible. So probably at some of the variation, black has to be ready to play e5 at some point. And of course, we have f3 here. f3 and bishop e3, again, these two moves are also interchangeable because you want to get to a position where you want to attack. And this is a sign, usually if you play bishop e3 here, this is a sign that you want to castle on the long side, and then you're ready for attack on the king side. So sometimes people who are playing bishop e3 idea followed by f3 queen d2, or f3 first followed by bishop e3 queen d2, they like to do such a thing. And then of course after that setup you want to follow up with g4, I mean provided that you already castle, because that's gonna be a very sharp variation that white can play. Actually, for those who like to attack, I recommend you to choose this variation as white because it is so sharp. What else do we have? h3. h3 is also one of the main line these days, that you want to play g4 afterwards. And yeah, you're not actually limited to only doing the long castle, because usually when you already open up the king side like this, you feel like, oh, okay, I'm gonna open up on the other side, I'm just gonna castle on the other side. But here after g4, you can play bishop g2 and then followed by short castle as well. Put the bishop on e3, and then there you go, f4, and then you're attacking the center too. And g3, of course, g3 is also another move that well, this is like the shortened version of h3 g4, but this is also very solid. And let me think, rook g1. I cannot remember where I did see this move, because I saw this move at some of the games recently by grandmasters too. But anyway, even if it's not standard games, there are so many games that you can see in the blitz like this. The idea is simple. You just want to prepare for g4. So you're saving this move not to play h3, but at some point after g4, you would like to play h4, and then there you go. You're just attacking on the king side like this. And of course, after you play rook g1, you lose the right to castle on the short side. So you might only be able to castle on the long side. How many moves already? So bishop g5, bishop c4, bishop e2, a4, knight b3, f4, f3, bishop e3, h3, g3, rook g1. It's already 11. It's already 11 moves. Do I miss anything here? Some people play a3, but I don't see the idea of a3. I mean, if you want to stop this pawn to not to b6, but b5, b4, I mean a4, I think is a more, like a more powerful move than a3. But I've seen people playing a3 too. What else? Queen e2. Queen e2. It's not quite likely, but it is possible. There's some sort of like a Filimorovich attack that you can play here, but that includes g4 at some point. But yeah, this is possible, but I don't see the point in this move. But anyway, already how many moves? 12 moves or something like that. But White is always having more moves up on his sleeve, and here our player Jorvar Stein from Iceland, he chose to play bishop d3. And this is also a move that I played too. One of my Olympic games back in 2022, I played it against my friend Elizabeth Pats in the last round of the Olympiad in Chennai. Yeah, it is totally playable. This is so totally playable. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, I think there was also queen f3 in this position. I know, it looks all weird, but trust me, every single move has been tried here. Bishop d3. Okay, so let's take a look how the game went. e5, knight goes back to e2, because I think you'd like to get the knight to g3, and then playing this position quietly. So bishop e7, castle, and then knight g3, and bishop e6. Yeah, I think it's making sense, because in Najdorf, you're asking yourself a question, where does this bishop go? Most players put it on e6, some players also play b5 and putting on b7, but now having the knight on g3, of course, is aiming towards f5, so it's just making sense if the bishop is parked on e6. And after that, bishop e3, knight bd7, a4, rook c8, and a5. So this pawn advancing to a5, I think it's a good thing, because I mean for White, because this square of b6, you know how in chess openings we have to gather many ideas that that you can choose in your games, because one idea might not be feasible for you to play, but the other idea may. And then this one is, I think, is a good thing too, because if the knight on d7 moves away, as long as it's not on c5, I mean, you can park your bishop to b6, and or alternatively, at some of the moments as well, you can also try to play, let's say, queen d2. So by playing queen d2, you are protecting the pawn on a5 indirectly, so that your knight can move to a4 and then put it on b6, and after the trade, now you have your bishop on b6. It's just one of the ideas. What else can we see from this position? Oops, nope, that was me moving, not the game. And oh, Gretarsson just got back to his chair, and now he's gonna start thinking, or maybe he's already prepared some move on his mind. Time situation, he is up 20 minutes over his opponent. So yeah, I think I'm liking this position actually. And here in Trondheim, Norway, tomorrow there is going to be a Blitz tournament. So for the viewers who are living in Trondheim or nearby, please do come, because we'll have the Blitz at noon. It's gonna be 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, and I think I'm gonna play. I think I'm gonna play. I am so itchy to play, you know, like I'm here to commentate the games, but after a few days looking at all the players enjoying their games, I'm a chess player myself, of course, so I think it is an opportunity for me to kind of get off my rustiness, especially in Blitz. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and hopefully I score a good point, and yeah, but ultimately I just hope that I can enjoy all the games. Okay, so queen c7, White is still thinking. What do we have here? Apart from Kundito, I really like Kundito. It's very universal move. Like even if you don't have this idea of knight a4, knight b6, you're connecting your rooks anyway. So and then in this type of position, I think back in the day you'd like to play f4. But now, these days, I think you just want to reposition your knights, your rook, your bishop, and then play it on this line, like from A to D. Just you know, probably at some point you put your knight on d5 as well. But I think it's a matter of taste too. Like how what Gretarsson has in mind here might be different to mine. So I'm just trying to guess what would be his move in this position. I like Queen d2. Queen d2 because also normally in this type of knight off, the bishop would go to c4 and exchanging with this one, but unfortunately for black in this position, the knight is on g3, not on f3. So whenever this bishop moves, the knight can just jump over f5 square, and that is a very important square. So I think black cannot afford having that on the board. Okay, let's go to board 9. We have Sheila Barth Stanford. She's on 2 out of 2. She's actually one of the leaders, but because we are doing the FIDE accelerated rate pairing system, the Dutch accelerated pairing system, she's playing against a player that has 1 point. I think it's because of the rating and then the title and something like that. So let's take a look. Oh, do I have the visual of her game actually? She's on board 9. She's on board 9. So let me think. Okay, so she should be on camera too. Yeah, I can pull up. I can try to find her, and then we're gonna see where she is. Okay, I think I get her visual, and just have to change this on OBS. Okay, there you go. Awesome. So Sheila is playing white pieces. She's on with the green t-shirt. And let's take a look. Knight f3, knight h6. Whoa! Already 2 moves. It amazes me. Okay, I mean it's the bird's opening. F4 is the bird's opening, and let's see how it goes. Bishop b2 castle, bishop e2 c5. Okay. Knight e5, knight takes e5. F takes c5 and d4. Okay, unfortunately, this position looks like black is ahead in the opening. I know the knight is looking a bit out of the way here, but it cannot be attacked anyway. And I think this move is very important because let's say you are very concerned of your bishop on c8 and you'd like to get it out by playing b6, bishop b7, or a move like bishop d7, bishop c6. I mean that is a very, very natural idea, but unfortunately if you do that, I think a move like d4 here will close everything down and you don't have that breakthrough anymore. So d4 is very timely by black, because after this you can do that you already planned, like maybe b7 to b6, and if bishop goes to f2 you can just put the rook to b8 and still play bishop b7 next move. You need more space in the center and then leaving this pawn alone as well. So I think that is very important. I don't know whether taking it with the pawn is a better idea than taking it with the bishop, because Probably white was a bit worried that the bishop might be trapped because after this there's d4 here and f6 is coming. So probably that is why she had no choice but to take it with the pawn. Because now after ed, let's say, f6 and the bishop is trapped. So let's come back to the current position. So after d4 here, you are having some options whether to take here or to push. But do I like pushing it? Because this pawn, yeah, this is my main concern actually. The pawn on e5 is kind of alone and very easy to get attacked. Or what do I do here? Because if white doesn't do anything, then this pawn might take this and you have double pawns on the center, and that's totally not into our favor. So probably you have to take it, and after takes this, you can go knight a3, going to c4, but this might be a bit too late. Because I can play a6, and if you go here, I go b5. So if you want to put your knight on c4, usually you want to put a4 first so that this knight cannot be disturbed. But since all your pieces are still on the back rank, I think it's time for black to start attacking. For example, bishop c5, because next move black would like to play d3. It's a discovery check and attacking the bishop on e2 at the same time. And if you put, let's say, d3 here, I think it's a good idea to put d3 because you want to play knight d2 and probably knight e4. And in this position, maybe b6. And after this bishop here, yeah, it's still a fight though. It's still a fight. But oh, I just realized, sorry. Yeah, if you put d3, it gives this square e3 as a weakening square because now knight f5 and there's nothing stopping e3. So there are a few things to think about here. Your knight definitely cannot deflop from this side, but then after takes, let's say you play a4 bishop c5, probably the best move is bishop d3 to stop everything. And then I think it is still a fight, but you just have to be careful about this queen d5, let's say, because this one is hanging. But I think in this position you can get away with queen h5. I think it is actually very interesting. Like, it is not the end of the world yet. It looks like black has an easier play, but white is still, fighting a lot. Like, it's not easy at all because black also still has some things to think about. Okay, if we continue like b6, let's say, because it looks very tempting to play bishop b7 next. I think white can just play knight a3, and after bishop b7, then just rook f2. And actually now, after doubling up the rook on the f-file, who is attacking who? Because white next move is easy. Knight c4, maybe knight d6, or just park it on c4. And just this bishop needs to do something in the end. But white is not in a hurry. Okay, interesting position. All right, let's get to our friend, Eric Rosen, where he is playing. So he drew the first round in a very confusing game. Yesterday he had such a good game actually against Sebastian Bogner, but Sebastian proven to be a better player. It was such a tough fight. I think at some point Eric was better, but again, Sebastian was probably a better player in that game and managed to exploit Eric's mistake. So do I have the right visual of Eric's? No, I don't. Let's see. Now, let's take the journey with me, seeing the venue. Are you ready, guys? In 1, 2, 3. There you go. So this is still like the first hour of the tournament, so players are still on their board playing. I think, okay, Eric has a designated board. It's supposed to be there, but he's not on the chair. So we can actually zoom it in. Yeah, he's supposed to be on that board, but he's not on the chair. Let's see his game. So e4, d6. Okay, his opponent is Stefan Tabak, a FIDE master from the Netherlands, and he scored, I think, 1 point or 1/2 actually. Let me check. Stefan Tabak is 1.5 points. So Eric has half a point and Stefan has 1.5. Yeah, let's see how the game goes. So what we are seeing here is Perk, modern defense position, and Eric chose to play bishop f4. Okay. So this is like the starting position of the modern defense. Here, white can play many moves. You can play the 3 pawns variation here with f4. You can play the classical one with knight f3. Sometimes it is also interchangeable with h3 first, and then knight f3 coming next. You can also play bishop g5 variation. I think there's also f3. There is also bishop e3. So many things. What else? Did I miss anything? But of course, little moves like sideline moves like h4 or g3. I think you can also see it in many games, but they are not the main lines. And here, Eric chose the sideline of modern defense, bishop f4. I think it is suiting to his London style, because in London you can kind of reach this position via, let's say you play d4, and then your opponent play knight f6, and then bishop f4, and then let's say that your opponent play d6 in this position, and here we can play knight c3, and after g6, and then we are seeing the same thing. It's just different order of moves, but we are arriving on the same position after bishop f4 on his game. And here his opponent played a6. Oh, I'm just looking at the time management by both players. It looks like both players are very well prepared, because usually, since modern defense is kind of like nowadays it is a pretty big opening, like many players played it in not only in blitz or rapid but also in standard games. Usually you would like to pause, but Stefan here didn't pause. He just played, and I think he kind of expecting Eric to play bishop f4, because bishop f4 is not the main line in this position. So let's see how well they have prepared this position. Knight f3, bishop g7. Okay, Eric took 3 minutes. His opponent took 3-4 minutes. Okay, it's the same. And now Eric played e5. And Eric took how many minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, now I have a question for both of the players. Like, do they really prepare this modern defense, or they just found all the moves on the board? And here, knight h5, a very, very natural response to the position, because your knight is being attacked. You just want to play to a square where you don't lose a tempo. So knight h5, and now this bishop has to go. Eric retreated his bishop to e3, and knight c6 comes. And here, before knight c6, Stefan spent how many minutes? From 24 to 18, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. And now h3, d takes e5, d takes e5. Okay, now this is a position that we are looking. Wow, what a position. It is very sharp, because now it is an invitation to trade the queens like this, and knight takes e5, maybe. like this. And if this happens, I'm not too sure, actually. It's like giving a pawn for free, but I'm sure this is still within Eric's preparation, maybe, or maybe not. But it's interesting to see a gambit early in this game. Hang on, let me check something. It's possible that I have a file of this one. So it's coming from, wait, it's not London, it's what, Modern Defense again. Modern Defense or Perk. Okay, with bishop, no, with a6, I guess, yeah, or knight c6. Oh, not really, I don't know. So what was the move again after g6, bishop f4, a6, and then at f3, bishop g7, and then e5. Yeah, e5 might be a bit too soon. I think he's not ready yet. I think he has to be a bit more patient and play queen d2. And then, yeah, just get it ready, like castle maybe, or bishop d3, and then e5. Because e5 immediately, yeah, knight h5 is correct, actually. Yeah, knight h5, and then bishop e3, and then knight c6, h3, takes, and then takes. Okay, wow, it is very deep actually. Okay, it is very deep. Here, knight takes e5, yeah? Okay, if you want to take the pawn, yeah, this is actually interesting in a way where it is easy to explain. Because you're taking this pawn for free, but it is with the compensation after queen d8, king d8, and castle, which happened in the game, by the way. This happened in the game. So I just don't understand, why would you like to worsen your own position, especially your king, while grabbing an extra pawn? So probably, why not just queen takes here? Rook probably is the one who is going to recapture the queen. And after knight takes c5, what are you afraid of? Knight d5 maybe? But then you can give this one back, I think. Or in fact, I think you can just play knight here, and then bishop e5 like this. I mean, everything has to be calculated for sure, but it's just like my natural instinct would have been to take the queen first and then take the pawn. I don't want to deal with all this sort of idea. Like, I can always give one pawn again for free as long as my king is safe, and then we can get on with the game. Because now, Stefan here took the pawn on e5 just like that, allowing this to happen and castle. So white has, I think, a full compensation for the pawn, because now black has to think where to move the king, or maybe not moving the king. I think moving the king is a mistake probably, but maybe bishop d7 here. Even if bishop d7, it's also maybe not as good, yeah, because now, yeah, this rook is always pinning this one. So what about playing knight g5, I guess? Yeah, I know there's h6, but my idea is to play knight e4 and then put it on c5. And then these two knights are kind of awkward. Like, I can always kick it out with g4, f4 coming. So yeah, this is not so easy for black. But if you don't do that, let's say you play king here. Yeah, 95 is always there. The difference is now the king is kind of castled. So when I play here, the difference is when you take here, it's mate in two. Take here and then checkmate. Because when the king was on e1, taking on f3 is a check. So that is actually a huge, huge difference just by one move like that, or different order of moves. Okay, so I think Eric could breathe quite easily right now because his opponent didn't take the queen first, but rather took the pawn first. Yeah, I think it is going to be very interesting because white is up black is up a pawn, but white I think has the compensation for it. So the evaluation should be like 0, 0, 0 probably if you put it on the computer. But I like how this is going, yeah, because now every side of this game, they have some chances to outplay their opponents. Okay, I think this is great. This is great. And wait, what is happening? On camera 2, did we have a game that's finished? Sorry. Wait, is it? Yeah. So next to Sheila, if you remember, next to Sheila, let's go to camera 2. Yeah, there was a game next to her, right? But now it's finished. I wonder what's going on. Let's take a look at the game, because the result hasn't been registered yet on Lichess, but I see the two kings on the center telling us that it is black wins. But what's going on? Why is it so fast? So black wins. How is the game? Looks still pretty normal. Okay, after h6, then it's and black wins. Okay, I have to ask what is going on with that game. Let me ask. Okay, I will ask during the break because it is. I'm just so intrigued on the outcome of that game. Okay. Do I see? I want to see. I want to try to find Pia. Yeah, I cannot exclude her from my stream. I have to include her all the time. She's my favorite player of this tournament. So let's see Pia. So Pia, on the first round, she unfortunately suffered an upset. And yesterday she made a draw, but I think almost the whole game she was much better. But I think because of the time pressure, she couldn't convert the game and they agreed to make a draw. So she's on half a point right now out of 2. So if I can see where is Pia on my camera, 1 second. I just want to look for her. Oh, I think she's on the back. Yeah, she's on the back. I cannot really. Oh, actually she's being cut here on this camera. Yeah, she's being caught on the camera. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can make it happen because that camera is the only one that I cannot control. So if you see on the corner right bottom of the camera, that's Pia. Like she's She's thinking. Yeah, there might be. Yeah, I couldn't really get her. This is the most that I can do. Anyway, that's her. So let's see how she's doing in the position. So as always, she's playing the Sicilian, and her opponent played a Alapin and takes here, bishop here, takes, and bishop d7. Yeah, remember this line. Takes, yeah. This variation is very hard to win as black though, but yeah, it gives like equality quite soon. But the drawback is, yeah, if you're playing this against a low-rated player and you want to win, it's gonna be very hard. But if you're playing against stronger player, I think this is a good option. But I think PA just want to be playing like an objective chess, like, okay, I'm playing black, draw is fine. So this is the position. Yeah, I think it should be roughly equal, because, well, white has an IQP, but also black has how do you call this pawn? Not hanging pawn. Is it hanging pawn? Oh, backward pawn. I think it's a backward pawn. Yeah, there's so many terms in chess. I have to revise myself, you know, because these type of terms, you know, usually you tell it to your students, but it's rarely relevant in our level anymore. So yeah, I think it should be roughly equal here. White to move, so I think it should be about anything on c1, like this rook to c1 or the other rook to c1. Which one is better? I think the f rook. You just have to be standby with the other rook to b1 maybe, in case there is queen b6, because queen b6 will always come, and then rook will come to d8 or c8. Yeah, I think in this position you just played rook a b1 and then you're fine. Okay, it's gonna be, my prediction is this gonna be a draw, but still I'm calling it too soon, because players are just, you know, about to show off their skill in the games. And yesterday, her husband, Grandmaster Juan Belen Lopez, actually Juan Belen Lopez, he won another game, but he's actually playing in the Nordic senior. So he's representing Sweden already for many years now, and he's currently 2 out of 2, perfect score, and he is playing against an FM from Norway, Ole Christian Moen. So let me see if I can get him on the screen. There you go. He's playing with his hat. And let's see the position. So d4 and f6, bishop g5, Trompowski, knight e4, bishop h4, and c5. f3, queen a5. So this is like the old main line, and I think these days it's not very popular for black, because this is quite a dubious opening for black. Like white can get a better position easily. So takes, e3, queen b6, knight a3, bishop h6, and you hit the queen first, and after queen g6, takes c5. Oh, this is wild. Oh my gosh. Remind me again, they're playing in the Nordic senior, so it means you have to be what, 60 years older, 60 years or older, or 55. I have to check actually what's the age limit for this one. Group Nordic Senior Championship. I can check. Oh, there are 2. Okay, the Nordic Senior Championships. There are 2 kind of like separate groups, but I think they're playing in the same group. But later the result will be separated. The one 50 years old and above, and 65 years old and above. So Yeah, I think they're playing in the same group, but then later, after determine who's going to win on the not under, above 50 or above 65. Okay. After knight c6, queen d5 was played, and d6, c d6, and bishop e6. Wow. I should have seen this position before other games because this is just so interesting. Bishop e6. Time situation. Okay. Only 10 minutes, 12 minutes difference. Where does the queen go? Or do we, okay, if you don't want to go with the queen, probably you can throw in d7 like this. And allowing your opponent to take it, and then you can play castle here. I don't know, it's just one idea, but you're not forced to do it. What else? So bishop d3, if I just go queen b5, let's say, I just want to attack something on the way. Is it really that bad to give up the e4 pawn? Because I don't see an immediate check to the king. For example, I can castle now. I can take this, but this position is wild. Oh my gosh. Like queen takes b7, probably black will continue with castle. Everything is hanging here. And the king is so exposed, both of the kings. What is the evaluation? I think, to be honest, black should have like a better position. But this position cannot be just judged by like positional evaluation. You have to judge it also by some concrete calculation too. But I think, okay, after this, because I always like pieces activity. So whenever I see this position, I always prefer black, even though I have to give up like a million of pawns. So let's see what the computer says about it. Black is better. Yeah, black is better. So it's very important not to be greedy in this position. So not keep taking all the pawns like that. And then I just saw it from the camera. He just moved something. What did he do? I think he moved d7. Yeah, wise decision. Yeah, give one pawn up so that you can try to develop other pieces. Not only to develop, but also to get your king into safety. And his opponent just took it back with the bishop. And probably now, there are a few moves. You can play knight e5, you can play knight f3, you can play castle here. But a move like d7 should be paired up with some follow-up moves in his calculation. So you should not play a move like that, just like one move calculation and then think again. So I'm sure Juan here, he's trying to double check what he has already calculated. Could it be castle? Could it be knight f3? Or could it be knight e5? I think just out of those three moves. I'm trying to think as well. What do you think, chat? Oh, actually we have a 15-minute delay. Oh, so I cannot really interact with the chat real time because whatever you are saying, well, I can't actually see it, but you're responding to my 15 minutes ago. So it's not gonna really work. Yeah, I'm just curious on which move that Juan is going to take in this position. If castle, let's say, I think it's also interesting for black to also castle. Wow, is black better already? It feels like it actually. It might be just white is worse in this position. Yeah, black is already better regardless what happened. Wow, and is d7 the only move in this position? Queen c5. Queen c5 and you maintain a slight advantage. Who would have thought? I didn't see this move at all. Queen c5, you allow queen e4, but that is the way to go. D takes e7, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4. Sorry, I'm having my evaluation bar, or not taking with the bishop, but take it with the queen, allowing this to happen. Oh my gosh, who would have thought? See guys, this is very complicated. That's why I'm turning the engine on. Like really, you're allowing. I mean, bishop takes c4 would have been like a default option for me, but turns out it's bad. Because after bishop takes c4, bishop takes e3, okay, queen d5, you just take like this and then you are worse. What? What if I just play, even if I play knight e2, bishop e3 is so well placed here. White cannot castle anywhere. Okay. So bishop takes d7, black is still, sorry, white is still thinking, but white is already worse. Okay, that's really, yeah, I think the more I look at this position, the more I understand, yeah, black should be much better because you have doubled pawn on the e file and your pieces are not ready, only the queen and the knight are out, and black has a pair of bishops, and black is just one move away from castling and get the rook into the play. So white really has to be careful in this position not to lose on the spot. Yeah, a good calculation is really needed. Okay, I think we can circle back to the top board. And let's take a look what happened in the game between Korpa versus Amar, because we left it a bit early before, and after bishop b3 here, I think. Okay, d6 takes, and after knight a3 here, yeah, Amar had a long thing, and okay, 6 minutes, and then he chose to play a6, not to deal with any idea with knight b5 anyway. Knight f3, knight c6, castle e6, and queen e2, bishop e7, rook d1, queen c7, and d4. So this is the current position right now. After d4, what will black do here? Black can try to castle because this one is protected anyway, so you don't need to worry about that. And I think, yeah, he just did it. He just castled. Okay, wise decision. So castle is already on the board, and now white is thinking. I was just trying to get this knight into play, but not immediately, because if knight c2 here, there might be c4 like this. And after bishop takes, can I play some discovery? Probably not. But I don't mind. Do I mind actually? Like takes, allowing one pawn down like this, but I have a pretty good play. Yeah, could be. Oh, we have, sorry, let me circle back to this game on the 10th board after h6. Let's get the camera for that. There you go. So on the far end of the camera, board 10th, they agreed to a draw. Actually, to be honest, yeah, my side failing me. Yeah, it was king on e4 and king on e5. I thought it was king on d4 and king on e5, sorry. So it was a draw, a very quick draw by Emil Hermansen and Olga Prudnikova. So after h6, I guess black offered the draw and was accepted by white. Okay, let's come back to the second board, just to see how the game is going there between Hammer versus Jungmin So. It was pretty equal opening since the start. There's nothing much going on. takes knight f4, bishop f6, bishop e3, g6, and after rook c1, queen d6. Yeah, players are just repositioning their pieces to a better square. Rook d8 is on the board, and now actually what is the follow-up idea? I'd like to get my bishop on this diagonal, but unfortunately this pawn is hanging, so maybe we have to do something about it. And what about putting the rook on d1, bishop f1, bishop g2, so you're keeping pressure on d5? I think that's what Hammer will do. So rook d8 was already on the board, and it just... Okay, Hammer has already been thinking for about 4 minutes. Yeah, I like this idea. Rook here, and then put the bishop to f1, put the bishop to g2, and then both the knight and the bishop and also the queen, they are attacking d5. But apart from rook d1, what else can be played here? Yeah, this is actually not an easy position to play because you have to come up with a plan. You just don't move around and then hoping that your opponent would also do the same or make some mistake. So what other ideas can we play in this position? Is rook c5 a move here? Also, yeah, I think why not? I mean, maybe not rook c5, but any move like rook c2 and double up the rook on the c file. I think this is also very feasible. Like, it is a good idea because you want to attack on the c file. And then probably at some point this knight has to go to c6, but then, that is actually a better idea. Yeah, you still like to have the bishop to f1 to g2 anyway, but probably the position of the rook on d1 isn't the best move or isn't the best position. So probably you can just double it up on the c file like this. I don't know which square, c2, c3 or c5. But then bring it to rook f to c1 and then bishop f1. Probably this is the most solid idea in this position. Okay, just some quick question. While I'm in Norway, which food do you think I should consume here? I mean, this is my third visit to Norway, I guess. First one was in 2014, 10 years ago. I played an Olympiad in Tromsø, where that was my first experience having like almost no dark sky, because I always had a walk after my game, and my game sometimes ended at 7 p.m. or something like that, and then I would have dinner or team meeting, and then before sleeping I would always have a walk, and it was still bright outside, and then by 2 a.m. 2 in the morning the sun would rise, so I would really have to put my room into darkness to fall asleep, because sometimes even from the curtain I could still see some brightness from outside. So it was really a challenge for the first timer, but then after that I had a few visits to the Nordic countries, to Iceland, to Sweden, to Finland, and I got used to it. And here the sun sets at around 11 actually, yeah, 10:30, 11. It's going actually 10. It's gonna get dark around 10ish, and the sun rises around 4. So it's still fine, but it's just that, yeah, the sun rises too early, and then when I'm sleeping it has to be in a complete darkness. So it is sometimes a challenge. Okay. I was actually waiting for Hammer to play a move, but I think he's thinking very carefully here. He doesn't play much these days. I think he only plays in a couple of tournaments, maybe also the Norwegian League. How do you call it here, the Norwegian League? I think the Elite League or something. Yeah, one of the leagues that I have never played before. I've played in Bundesliga, I've played in the English League, which they call it for NCL, for Nation League Chess, I guess. That's what they call it. Not sure. But anyway, Hammer is already making a gesture that he's gonna play a move here. Yeah, my bet is going to be this rook. I don't know where he's going to put it. On c2, c3, c5. The reason why I like c5 here is because you are putting pressure on d5. But yeah, there is b6. But this is kind of like what I intend to do. Like I'm provoking the pawn to move, because then it's only going to weaken the c6 square, so that this knight wouldn't be able to sit on c6. So there's always some pluses and minuses like that, and in chess it's kind of tricky to understand which one is working best. Probably this idea is not working here, but since I know I have like a prior knowledge about this provocation move, you know, I have just to throw it here first and then test it out. Probably if you want to play safer, you play rook c2. I don't know whether rook c3 would work. It's just that I don't like to have this diagonal anyway. Maybe it's fine, but maybe okay, I have to think about knight c6 here, yeah, and then how to stop this attack on d4. Maybe I can just play queen a4, but yeah, such an additional thought like that is not necessary. So that's why I like to play this move. Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Yeah, it's not that easy to move. I mean, for me as a commentator, I can just throw in anything on the board, because I can just sacrifice this, sacrifice that. Well, I'm not going to be the one who's suffering a loss anyway. So yeah, that's the privilege of being a commentator. While we are waiting for Hammer to play and see which plan that he's gonna come up with, let's see what's happening on the first board, because Amar Elham, he left his chair quite consistently. Like probably this position is not that difficult for him to play out. So rook d1, queen c7, I think we see this much. Oh, okay, we didn't miss much actually, because we left this position after black played castle and white still hasn't played any move. Okay, which game should we look at again? Actually, I've been forgetting to take a break, but because the games are so interesting, so I'd like to keep looking at. Oh, let's go to Sheila Stanford. I think. Okay, I might be wrong, but the other player who is playing against Pia, sharing the same last name, also a Stanford. I don't know whether they are connected. I mean, related, as in siblings or husband and wife. I mean, that is possible. Okay, so let's take a look at at Sheila's position, and move the camera to camera 2, and there we go. So we see this bird opening, and after d4 here, oh, she took. Okay, I think that's a good decision. She took and takes this one, and bishop f3. I like this idea. Yes, very good, because black was planning to play b6 anyway and then play bishop b7, so it is a good prophylactic move. Bishop c5, and watch out, there is d3 coming. So king h1, very good, very principled. Rook b8 and a4. Okay, so far I think she's doing well. Yeah, just don't touch this d pawn, because if you touch it and then you put it on d3, this knight that is doing nothing on h6 suddenly has something to do after knight f5 and knight e3. So as long as white doesn't push this pawn and then just play knight a3, knight c4 instead, I think white should be doing fine here. Okay, that's very good. That's very nice to see. And let's come back to Juan's game. So he is currently leading the senior group, and we saw the position after. Let me change the camera again. There you go. Currently Juan is not on his chair, but we saw the position after d7, bishop takes d7, and here he chose to play knight f3 and bishop e6 and knight ce5. Wow, amazing. This is actually one of my favorite games this round. Like they are not playing according to their assumed age, you know, like they just playing like very sharp. Like this is full calculation and understanding. Amazing, like amazing stuff. I mean, I wish I could play like them when I get to their age. Like really, this is impressive. In the opening, they played out according to the theory, and then in the middle game, they just calculate everything and then play all these sharp tactical lines. Amazing. All right, so let's try to calculate what's happening on this game. Knight ce5. So this queen is being attacked. This queen is also being attacked. If you take this, takes this, let's say, takes this. Okay, I think white is going to be happy if there are a few pieces being exchanged. So yeah, because in the initial position, white is worse. So if black doesn't want to exchange any of the pieces, what should black do? Because if you take this, okay, not only that there is this one, but there is also queen b7. Oh, but there is queen here and then attacking this. Oh, that is very nasty. What do we do here if we were white? I mean, the queen is under attack. Okay, I'm so... Yeah, not sure. It's like, I feel like there's always some tactical idea like bishop b5 and then king f8. Can even I take here? Probably not. But then what to do? Because this queen is still hanging, and the queen has to protect e5, but also this e3 is hanging. Okay. Okay, let me get back to this position. Black is not necessarily, you know, black is not forced to take e5. But if black doesn't take e5, where does the queen go? I think it's possible that you take this. And also after taking this, queen can take this. Phew. I'm happy I'm not playing this position. It's like lots of calculations to do. And what about the time situation? Okay, 41 minutes versus 50 minutes. Okay, I think should be fine. But there's so many calculations. Okay, let's get the default bar to do the task for us. Okay, what? Queen g7 is the best move. Queen f6 also is the second best. So queen g7 and queen f6, as long as you don't take this one. Because if you take this one, then queen takes and then white equalizes. Okay, queen g7, and now this queen has to go. Queen c5 or queen b5. I think queen b5 looks more natural. And you just go castling, and knight c6, bc6, and queen c5. Pooh, okay. Those moves are not natural at all. I mean, it's very hard, especially for white. Where to go with the queen? Why do I need to go to b5 first and then going to c5 and so on? Okay. Best of luck for both players. This is a very complicated position to calculate and to understand. Yeah, but I will come back to this position at some point later. And I think Hammer already made his move. So let's jump to their board. And what did he just do? Oh, okay, so he played the rook anyway, yeah. But he moved it to e1. So rook f e1, what could he possibly plan over the e file? Oh, this is interesting. Rook e1, if knight c6 here, I think I can play bishop here maybe. Because if you do this, I can take the knight. So if you do this, then I think, okay, maybe not, yeah. No, this is not what I want to play. No. Okay, if rook f e1 and knight c6, okay, maybe now this knight has left. It's supposed to attack the d5 pawn. So probably now it's time to attack it, to defend the d5 pawn. So probably it's time for white to attack it with a rook. And it's gonna be quite messy, like another lots of calculation here. Like knight takes here, let's say. But if knight takes here, just take it back, and then rook takes here. I think white is winning on the spot. So that pawn I don't think can be taken. And if bishop takes, I think for the same reason, at the very least you can take this one, but of course you can take this one as well. So yeah, I don't think that c6 is the good move because of rook c5. Okay. What about b6? Or what about bishop f5 immediately? Because if you take this, then I'll take this, and then attacking this at the same time. So probably bishop f5 is the best move here. Yeah. But if bishop f5 happens, then at least now this rook has already moved so that the bishop can go to f1 and then go to g2. And I think white is getting what he wants. But this is still far from the finish line because there are still so many tricks gonna happen in the game. Okay, I think it's time for me to get my break. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. We are back. Yeah, so we haven't we caught Eric on time there, I guess, when he's yawning. Okay. I hope it doesn't mean that his game is boring. So let's take a look. So we left it a while ago. I think after queen takes d8, rook king takes d8 and castle here. And black has to do something. How to block the check. And here he did bishop d7. I think it's the most natural move. And here Eric played bishop e2. Takes f3, really? I mean, I wouldn't help my opponent to get the bishop out. So what could he be thinking? And then takes here and then here. Ah, that's actually very interesting. There is this idea that if you play c6 here, because well, the threat is to take on b7, right? So if you play c6 here, bishop g4, and you're kind of like attacking the bishop. If f5, then you take this one, and then I think with this bishop like this, it's gonna be, I think, okay, give a check first. I like White's position. I mean, opposite colored bishop, but the pieces are way more active. And then what is this rook doing here? Like, or if the king goes to the other side, I don't think it changed a lot, because after rook here, you also have this idea to play bishop c5. So after c6, bishop g4, if f5, we saw what happened. After e6, I think it's just gonna be take here, and put the rook on d6 and double up the rook on d file, and then you're just enjoying this position. Again, this is an opposite colored bishop, so I'm putting aside the fact that white is down a pawn, because all that we have to focus on is our pieces activity, and this is what white is having. So I think white would be happy if this position arise on the board. So it didn't happen though. It didn't happen because I think his opponent had a change of heart, and probably he was thinking to play c6 himself, because now he's walking into some simple tactic after king c8. Of course, at some point you would like to take this b7 pawn, because then this bishop on d7 would be hanging. But Eric made he made such a sneaky move, g4. And now this knight has to move to g7 or to f6. I guess if you move it to f6, then either you put g5, or actually you can play this, if maybe, or maybe not. Yeah, actually no, why not, right? The idea is if you play rook d8, now you're saving this pawn, because if white takes this, this bishop is protected. But here comes the rook. So this is what I like about pieces activity. It doesn't matter that if you're down a pawn, as long as your pieces all out and you put them into like a very good harmony to attack your opponent. And now it's going to be very tricky on how to continue this game, like probably knight g8, but this is something that you wouldn't like to have in your games. Anyway, after g4, Stefan here played knight g7, so if we have any bishop d4 like that, at least black has f6 to stop it. And here Eric immediately took on b7, king takes b7, and rook takes d7. So materially speaking, it's all equal, but the biggest difference is the pieces activity. So white shouldn't waste any time in this game, but to keep attacking and to keep getting some material on the way. Because if black managed to consolidate the position, mainly to put this knight into work, then it's going to be very hard to gain some advantage out of this game. So after rook takes d7, here black played rook he8, protecting the e7 pawn, and Eric played bishop g5. I think I like this move, because if you play f6 here, you'd like to take the pawn on f6, because now this knight is hanging and you're attacking h7 again. Well, you have a pawn, but your extra pawn is doubled, but at least it's still some advantage. Even though it's very, very slightly, it is still an advantage. If not f6, if you play e6, then this knight has nowhere to go. So apart from rook takes, I think rook takes is fine, yeah, just rook takes. I thought bishop f6 would be a better move, but I think it's the same thing. Because then rook comes here and then you can just take the f7, yeah. Anyway, so that is not a good move, so probably in this position black has to play f6 anyway, and then get to that position where black is down a pawn. But hang on, I was thinking if f6, this is one idea. Another idea is to play bishop h6. Oh, and then after knight here, rook e1. I mean, the fact that now the pawn is no longer on f7, the knight on e6 is pretty much hanging. And then how are you going to continue? Probably, okay, if the knight moves, you take on e7. So probably, oh, what about this? King c6. Wow. It's a trick with a trick. So now the rook has to go. Where does the rook go? d2, let's say, because if d3, knight c5 with some attack there with the tempo. And now after knight c5, oh, I think black is fine after this. But anyway, bishop g5, he already played knight e6 here, so allowing bishop takes e7. So he, yeah, after bishop e7, there is king here, and I think you can, yeah, I think you can just double up your rook like this, and your rook should be fine. Because now the knight cannot really attack it. Wherever the knight goes, this bishop is ready to capture it. Okay, so 96. If bishop just went away, I don't think white will gain any advantage there. Like if bishop e3, let's say, just rook d8 and black is totally fine. So I think you have to take a risk and then take on e7 instead. Bishop takes e7. Just have to be ready after this. You have rook h d1. And now, how to continue? The next move, you just put your bishop away. Let's say to a3 or to h4 and then g7, g3. I think I like this idea. Bishop h4 and bishop g3. So if the knight goes here, I don't care about this pawn. I'll just play something else. Maybe I can play... Oh, one tricky line. What about this one? Unfortunately, there is this one, check, yeah? Here, check. King goes here, let's say. Oh no, actually it's fine. It is fine. Oh, wow. But just have to be careful about any sort of checkmate on a5. But fortunately, white is on time to stop it, like check here. And probably black is losing right now. Okay, so 96. Eric is still thinking, probably double checking the moves here because well, he has to be careful here not to lose anything. Time situation, he still has a lot on his clock. He has 49 minutes, so he's up 30 minutes over his opponent. Okay, I think I'd like to see our favorite game of the day, I guess. It's Juan Manuel Bellon versus Ole Christian Moen. And I'll try to move the camera after this, but let's take a look at the game first. It has been changing a lot. I mean, the last time we saw it, it was like full of pieces here and there. But okay, there are so many exchanges already made in this game. I think we saw the position after this one in knight ce5. Queen f6 was actually one of the best moves. But what happened? Queen c5 takes, oh, and then just exchange everything. And then bishop takes e3, bishop b5 check, king f8, rook f1, and king g7. So black is doing some artificial castle there with king g7. Bishop c4 takes, and now this is the current position. Okay, let's count the material. How many pawns for each? White has 6 pawns. Black has also 6 pawns. White has a knight, black has a bishop. Activity of pieces, I think it's pretty much the same, yeah? But I think in this type of position, I prefer black better because it has a bishop. But it's totally getting, it should be roughly equal right now. What does the computer say? Oh, white is actually better. Okay. Probably of a concrete line of knight e5 in this position. And that also that there is rook here. Okay, yeah. But it's only 0.3, so it's just very, very slightly. Okay, so nothing much going on for now. Let's take a look how is Pia doing. Pia, okay, I hope you can see her on the corner end of the camera, on the lower bottom on the right side. Yeah, I cannot adjust the camera angle. I think that's kind of like default there. So the Alapin that she played, it looks like it was pretty equal. So we saw the position after castle here, and white played knight a4, followed by queen a5, and then b3, bishop a3, bishop c1, bishop e7, and rook d1. So I'm wondering what's going to happen after like this, and then if if her opponent played bishop b3, would Pia repeat to bishop a3 again or not? Or maybe she was just trying to bluff. But anyway, the game went with rook d1 here and rook fd8. So now what is the evaluation? Okay, bishop d2. Bishop d2 was just played. Bishop d2 is just played, and she has option, or maybe she doesn't want to play bishop b4 anyway, because losing that bishop means losing the control over c5 as well. So I guess after bishop d2, yeah, Pia has to play the queen. Yeah, she cannot afford blocking it with the bishop. So queen b5, and maybe now it's time for white to bring the rook to c1 like this. It's such an automatic move anyway. It looks like it's something that you have to do sooner or later. But her opponent is still thinking, and I think they still have like a lot of time on the clock for the next 20 moves. And I would like to switch back to Eric's game actually, because in my camera there have been some moves played there. Okay, where is Eric? There we go. Oh, he did according to our analysis. Okay, so he took the risk, and probably it's not really a risk. I mean, it's just something that he has to do. It's an extra pawn anyway. and there's no much going on. There's no threat in his position at all. And next move is he just has to move the bishop and free the rook. And I mean, the rook can also stay there and then attacking f7. So his position is fine. I believe white is better in this position. But what can be the prediction? Oh, rook here, setting up the trap of knight f4 and then knight e2. When the king goes here, this rook is hanging. So yeah, so white is still not out of the woods yet. White still has to be careful in this position. But I think that type of attack can easily be shut down. Like for example, I like this move, bishop here. Because if you play f5, I can just take it. And then at the same time, it's attacking this. So if knight goes to f4, presumably you want to attack e2. Because if I play king here, then f5 is coming. Now I can just take on f7. But can I? Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. Because after knight check here, king here, rook check, king here, and then this knight has a very good discovery to c3. And, or even is it a checkmate? No, it's not a checkmate. I thought after knight g3 is a checkmate, but there is rook here. So it's just probably better to just take on c3 and then get this rook anyway. Okay, still not clear yet. So what is the best move here? The bishop has to go, I believe. But where is the best square for the bishop? Because this knight is about to go here, for sure. So probably... No, I still like bishop here anyway. But after knight here, maybe it's not wise to take this pawn. But what to do instead? Amazing. I underestimated the complication of this position. Oh, what about rook e7? But this one is hanging. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because takes, and then takes this. And if you do this, then takes this again. Yeah, I mean, probably close to drawing this. Or I don't know, maybe black is even better. Okay. What can be done after rook a, b8? Oh, probably just stay on this diagonal so that there is no check on d8. So probably I can just play bishop h4. And if knight goes here, I can just take this. Because after this check, I'll just go here. Or what Eric did is bishop f6. Okay, I think it's pretty similar. As long as you stay on here, so whenever knight f4 happens, you can just take f7, and there's no check here. So knight e2, king d2. And at the worst case scenario, there's always bishop d4. Worst case scenario, but I don't see anything happening on the d file with the check because thanks to this bishop, everything is protected. So probably Eric is doing fine right now, and although the advantage probably not much, but this pawn is going to be quite a liability until the end of the game. So probably black should just have to give it up and focus on finding something else as a compensation. But what can it be? Is rook f8 a move? Looks very passive. And after rook f8, white has time to create something. Yeah, what is the evaluation in this position? Okay. Almost +1 for Eric, yeah. Rook f8, I mean, it's now +1. Rook f8 is the move, yeah, but it's very hard to succumb to such a move and just defending when you know you know, deep down you think like you have to do something else than defending. Knight c5, I like it. Yeah, you know, just to show the spirit that I have to find something else. So after knight c5, rook f7. Okay, you force the trade by playing rook f8, and you have to take this trade, and bishop e7, and you're going to go to rook endgame. Okay. Even though it looks like white is better, but going to the rook endgame, just one rook like this, it's giving more chance for black to make a draw, because it's really hard to play in rook endgame. I mean, you have to be very accurate from start to the end, even though the computer says that white is better here, but really you have to be accurate. But after bishop f6 here, knowing that he doesn't have much time left on the clock, only 18 minutes for the next 20 moves, Stefan played knight f4, and I don't think knight f4 is a good move, because it just allows rook f7, and this pawn means nothing. I mean, it's almost nothing here. If you take this, one way is to take this, but I like attacking my opponent's king, so I would put my rook on the 7th rank, just according to the principle. And once one of the rooks is protecting c7, then I can try to protect my pawn first, because this pawn is going to be mine anyway. So I'm not in a hurry to do that. Or probably, what will I do after rook bc8, let's say? Yeah, from here actually, this is better, because knight g5 might be, knight g5 might be a threat. Yeah, and then you're just enjoying this full domination in the end game, and then pressing your opponent's clock as well. So things are looking good. Yeah, things are looking good for Eric. Okay, so if Eric manages to play well till the end of the game, this might be his first victory of the tournament. Meanwhile, let's go back to the top boards. Yeah, let's get to the top boards. Let's see how our leaders are doing. So let's turn it off, and yeah, we saw the position of the castle, and d takes c5, b takes c5, bishop c2, knight d5, knight g5. Okay, now it's getting spicy here, because white is already trying to attack on h7 here. So how do we stop this attack, or how do we anticipate this attack? One way is to play knight f6. Is there any drawback on the f6 knight here? Probably knight e4, attacking this, and then you have to, well, you can take, but you can also play this, for example. Takes this, and whenever queen happens to go to e4, you have g6. So I think it is fine. Is h6 a move here? Just wonder if h6 is a move, because takes this. Because I have an idea to take this. Takes, and then queen here. Of course, if you take this as a mate, so you wouldn't like to do that. If you play here, then probably I'll just take this, attacking this again. If you take this, I'll take this, and then bishop g5 is coming. I mean, white is an exchange down, but with compensation. For now, it's there's like one piece and one pawn, but soon it's gonna be two pawns, and then white has a pair of bishops. So this line is something that white has to consider. I don't know whether he's gonna play it, but he has to consider this line. Alternatively, the knight can just move back to e4. I think this is also pretty good. And after bishop goes to e7, then we can try to continue developing this knight, probably to c4, like this. Yeah, to be honest, already how many hours? Like 2.5 hours they play. It's still very much, you know, like a transition from the opening to the middle game. So not much going on yet on this game. And Amar here, he just played g6. So I think for me, I would be scared to play such a move like g6. Knight f6 would have been my default option. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with g6, I guess. You just have to think about all sort of this idea with knight takes h7, like, okay, for example, king takes, queen h5, and here, if king here, of course there is bishop here, so you wouldn't like to do that. But if king here, I don't think the sacrifice work because there is a queen on c7 to g7. So probably such sacrifice, although it looks tempting, but it doesn't work. Okay, so still very much going on. Like I still don't have any prediction on this game yet because it's still very complicated. Second board, Hammer versus Jungmin So. Wow, there is g5 already on the board. What's happening? The last time we checked, it was rook fe1, and here black played b6, and Hammer played bishop b5. Okay, that's very understandable. There is one game, like a very classical example of Rubinstein playing a move like bishop b5, which didn't lead to anywhere, but this is such another example of provocation. So you're provoking your opponent to keep moving all these pawns, because the more they move or the more they go advanced, the weaker they are. So like say a6 here and move back to f1, let's say, and then move here, and then you have an outpost on here. But if not, anyway, knight c6 will not happen because b6 is hanging. So you are in a dilemma there on how to deal with the weaknesses of your pawns. So bishop b5, I think I can explain it that much why bishop b5 happened here. Not only that Hammer is preventing knight c6, but also he's provoking a6 to happen. Here bishop d7, and wow, what a move! Knight h5. Hang on, let me think. What is going on? Wow, the knight is giving up a space for the bishop to trap the queen on d6. That's really amazing. Okay, let's say you take this. Okay, let's say you take this first, just to showcase the idea behind knight h5. Bishop f4, and the bishop is trapped. The rook is perfectly placed, all these two rooks. The queen cannot move anywhere because of these bishops, of this bishop and this bishop. And probably in this position, you have to give back your bishop, but then your king is already weakened. You have double pawns on the king side, so it's safe to say what would be better if this line happens. So on the other hand, if black is trying to trade one of the bishops like this, bishop takes b5, and on the way you can take the f6 first, after it's a check by the way, and after queen takes f6 you take this one, and thanks to this pawn structure, your bishop here is going to be a very, very dangerous bishop. It's actually a different story if the knight was somehow on e6. So the location of the knight is also playing a big role in evaluating this position. If the knight is on e6, I don't think black is any worse in this position. But to get from e7 to e6, it requires 3 moves. And 3 moves are so expensive to be played in this type of position. And to be honest, how can you reposition the knight to e6 out of 3 moves right away? Like probably to f5. Let me delete all these things. Okay, probably to f5, g7, and e6. But in the meantime, when black is doing that, white can try to improve the position, especially the position of the bishop, to be in a very good dark square diagonal, like for example to move it to e5. So I would say that after knight here, first of all, I think a concrete calculation is needed. Maybe rook c6 first. Is it? Now I'm having some doubt to myself. because there is knight here. Yeah, that doesn't work somehow. No, that doesn't work. Okay, actually that is a good question now. So after knight takes here, takes, I think you have to take, and after knight f5, should I just allow that to happen? Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. Or I can just play, wait, can I play, the thing is if I play queen d3, knight takes f, knight takes e3, I don't like that position. Probably it's still fine though. Yeah, that's probably still fine. Oh, or we can enter the 7th rank. Yeah, probably this is the way to go. Yeah, entering the 7th rank. Wait, let me calculate it a bit slowly. All right, so if bishop takes, because if you take this, then takes this, yeah? And your queen can move to, yeah, because if you take this, takes this. If bishop here, then just here. Oh, black has an extra piece. So if this happens, then what am I doing? You still go for this line. Wow, I almost missed it. Yeah, just play bishop f4. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, bishop f4, because the queen cannot go anywhere. If the queen goes here, it's a check, it's a fork. The queen is losing. But where else can the queen go? The queen cannot go anywhere. Yeah, and you just lose on the spot. If bishop goes here, just take it. You give a check, you take this or whatever, depending on how black does in this position. Wow, I think this is the move of the round, knight h5. I really like it. Yeah, knight h5, such a nice move. And therefore, black is in trouble right now, I guess. So he played g5 to stop bishop from playing to b4 to f4. But here losing the dark square bishop is actually, I mean, I think he also can get away with knight that takes f6 anyway, but h4 is what Hammer did in the game. He keeps more pressure on this pawn. So let's say h6 happened, then probably in this time you can just take this, takes this, and takes this, and takes this. So this pawn is going to be quite weak in the end of the position. Like, for example, what can I play here? For example, I can play rook c7, allowing this, and I can think of a move like this if I want to, because after this I'll take this with, how do I take it? Probably with this rook, and then this is an attack to this, and this is an attack to this. And if you have to resort your bishop back to e8, then there comes some attack to the king, because the king is quite exposed. Wow, Hammer has been playing so well. I really like how he paired up all his ideas like this. Knight h5, g5, h4. And now, because of that reason, his opponent played knight f5, because that bishop on e3 seems to be a very dangerous bishop. So if you were white here, what do we do? There's so many things to calculate, so many things to capture. You can capture d7, you can capture f6, you can capture g5 with your bishop or your pawn. Can you do something else? Oh, you can even do queen b4. I don't know whether it's the right continuation. It's looking like some deflection. Like after this, if you take, I can take this with a check, and then if you go here, actually it doesn't matter. It doesn't look like it's the right move anyway. But it's just an idea. Here and then, oh, I can I just, yeah, I can just grab this. You cannot take this because of this check. If you take this, then I'll also take this pawn. So that's just one idea. What else can be the idea? So far, Hammer has 27 minutes compared to 17 minutes, and they still have to make, wow, 20 more moves. It's not easy. This position is complicated, and with only 20 minutes or so for the next 20 moves, it's not easy. You're going to enter the time pressure soon. Okay, I'd like to think about this position. It's so interesting. So what if I take bishop d7, like I'm just showing it? Bishop d7, how do you take it back? You have to take it with the rook. And then what about taking this? At least you are up a pawn, unless this one is happening. Sorry. So probably you want to take it with the pawn. But taking with the pawn, does it change anything if I take this? Oh, take this and just take this and takes this? What is going on? And takes this. Okay, who is better in this position? Wow, okay. I mean, just out of those lines, we can see that how complicated the position is. Like, you have to think, evaluate, consider, and ultimately you have to decide. Oh, not this position, but this position. What else? What else? Oh, also, after bishop d7, rook d7, this is an idea too. Something to think about, because this one is going to hang. If this happens, check here and check. And take the queen. Okay, so many things. What else? That's just one line of bishop d7. We haven't started with knight f6. We haven't started with h takes g5. We haven't started with bishop takes g5. Yeah, so good luck, Hammer. Another case that I'm happy that I was not in the game, because so many things to calculate in this position. Okay. So, which game? All right, let's get back to which game that we're gonna look at. Probably the third board. Yeah, it's between two. Oh la la! What is this position? I think it's a dream position to play as black. Look at that pawns. I mean, whoa! The king is kind of alone here. Like, if you're doing the mathematic of attacking, right? On this side, black has 1, 2, 3. Well, they are technically on the queen side, but they are kind of aiming to the king side. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And plus the pawns. I mean, they are very interesting. I mean, having the pawn on f4 is really important for the attack. But for white only has 1 around the king. I mean, just judging by the number of attacker versus defender, we can already tell who is better in this position. Come on, I'm gonna turn the engine on and let's see if computer agrees with me. Computer doesn't agree. Oh my gosh, what is going on? There should be some concrete line to play in this position, because okay, let's be concrete then. Let's be concrete. Knight f3 has to be played in this position to save the game. But it looks like beautiful, right? The only thing that's missing is this rook. If this rook is somehow turns to be on f7, like you have two rooks on the f file like that, I think it's almost GG. Okay, knight f3. It hasn't been played yet. White player is still thinking. Tor Frederick Carson. Where does the queen go? If the queen goes here... Oh, that's interesting. If the queen goes here, there might be knight h4. Ooh. Because now the queen is under attack. If you take this, it's a check. If you go here, then you take this. But if you go here, you take this one first with a check, and then you take the queen after. And white is winning. So you shouldn't go to h5. So does it mean that you have to retreat? Retreat where? f6? Probably. Yeah. Oh, knight after has been played. Knight after has been played. Okay, and about 20 minutes for each. For the next 15, 14 moves. So queen f6 probably is the move here. And probably you have to play g4. Like to stop all this opening around the king. Yeah. Okay, this is still very complicated. Like only one piece and one pawn gets traded. I can see from the corner of my eyes here that Eric's opponent is in time trouble. So let's jump over to their game and see what's happening. Okay. Eric looks like he's pretending to be innocent there. Like I don't know. He has this look that he's trying to kill his opponent. Probably, I don't know, putting some matting net or anything, but he's pretending to be not doing it. But anyway, let's see how the game turns out. We saw the position after rook takes f7, right? Oh, actually not so long ago. And here his opponent played rook e2 and bishop d4. Wait, rook e2, what is going on? Like, I don't see the idea of rook e2. Okay, you might want to take f2, but with bishop d4, isn't it just easy to win? Like, now this knight is under attack. Are you thinking of taking this, actually? That's possible, but if you take this... Okay, first of all, I think white can play rook here. Knight goes back. Give a check. Okay, I don't know where the king goes. Okay, doesn't matter where the king goes. Like here, maybe. And f4. And when this knight is off, then this one is hanging. So something like that. Yeah. Bishop d4. Yeah, it's such a good move by Eric. Not only that he's attacking, but with this bishop being on d4, it's protected by this pawn. I think he consolidated his position. G5. Whoa, that's interesting. Why would G5 be played? Ah, now I understand. Yeah, you cannot afford losing that thing. Okay. So G5, if he wants, he can throw in H4 actually to keep attacking this pawn. But it looks like everything is working well for Eric. I think his opponent just missed a thing in the opening. Yeah, instead of knight takes e5, he could have had a better position by taking the queen first, because now he's paying the price of worsening his king position. Now Eric has 34 minutes and his opponent has 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay, things are looking good. He's going to think over the position. I think I'd like to check on Juan again. This position, it's looking quite dangerous. Is it? I mean, white was a bit worse before, but now white is doing fine. So, okay, let's take a look at this endgame. Ooh, rook d6. Yeah, you cannot escape from this trade. You have to trade. Trade. Takes. Okay, so I think he's on to winning this game probably. So knight takes. It has to be done. And to save this pawn, you have to move it to b6. And then what's next here? Yeah, the thing is with these 3 pawns versus 2, you have more pawns on the queen side, and then you just basically have to push them forward and try to promote the pawns, like probably b4 here, even c4 next. I mean, looks good. Or you can also choose to improve the king position first. I think that's also fine. Okay, let's get back to the first board actually. It looks like there are some interesting situation there. First board, ooh, e5. So after g6 here, c4 was played. And I think, yeah, the knight has to attack here. Knight f4, queen f3, and e5. Okay. So, if only the bishop can be played, but for now it doesn't have a square. Okay, this is still complicated, but Hammer just did something. I'm so curious on what he did actually. Ooh, he took on d5, so that was also an idea. So, if queen takes d5, knight takes f6, king has to go. King has to go somewhere. Let's go g7. And knight has to take this. Alright, and I think you have to take this. And in this position, oh, you can take this with the knight, and after taking this, takes this. 2 extra pawns for white. I think it should be easy endgame for Hammer if it happens. Okay, so I think taking the queen is not a good move. So let's see if taking the bishop here. Bishop takes b5, but here, oh, the bishop has left its post. So white could take knight on f5 and then taking f6 at the same time, and also g5, and it's almost GG. Okay, queen d5, such a nice move. What else? What else? What else? Oh, take this. No, I was about to take this bishop, but it is leaving the queen hanging on d6. Not a good move. Not a good move. What else then? Yeah, what else to be done? I think it's a great move by Hammer. Yeah, he's been playing so well here. Of course, starting with all other moves that he made, but after like knight h5, h4, queen d5, wow. 3 moves back to back, I think it's really amazing. Okay, let's see the computer line. Yes, computer like knight h5 here. That's the best move in the position. And after g5, h4 is one of the best moves as well. And after knight f5, yes, white can play bishop d7 first and then take on g5, but also queen d5 is the second best move. I think it's sufficient to win this position in this variation. Wow, nice. Okay, queen d5, everything is collapsing for black in this position. Okay, so Hammer is looking good here. I saw some moves happening already on board 3 and 4. So let's take a look what happens on their game after knight f3. Further, put the queen back to e7. Bishop takes d6, c takes d6, and bishop d3. Okay, so at least one of the bishops has been exchanged, and the attack is kind of a bit diminished here. Bishop d3. So it's almost like we are back to like a Ruy Lopez type of position again. It was Ruy Lopez though, but I thought with this type of attack with f4, it feels like it's some King's Indian attack. Okay, and board 4, what's... Oh! Wait, we have that on camera, do we? Yeah, there might be some perpetual coming up, or if white is ambitious, white is pressing for a win here. Wow, okay, we got there in time. So, normal red King's Indian attack again, bishop c7, a sacrifice on h6, black accepted the sacrifice, and after f6 there's a check once, and now still once, yeah? If white is going to play queen g6, it's gonna be the second time. Yeah, black is only hoping for a draw in this position. Like, obviously it is in white's hand if white wants to keep going, if white wants to keep playing, or white is happy with the draw with the perpetual. But I don't think such a sacrifice showing him that he would like to have a draw. I think he would somehow press on something, because in this position, if he would like to have an easy game, he doesn't need to sacrifice. I mean, usually, okay, there's a lot of things on e5, yeah, like 1 2 3 4, and you have 1 2 3. Okay, so probably in this position, what to do here? Is knight h2 okay? Because this b7 pawn, b7 bishop is still also hanging. But yeah, I like what white did, just sacrifice. Okay, once, and now, what could he be thinking? For sure, it's something to do with the attack. Did he repeat? He did repeat. Queen g6 is on the board. King h8 is already on the board now. He did repeat it. Is he changing his mind to make a draw? Or something else is going on? What about rook e4 in this position? I don't know. Any moves that's leading to the king, actually. Because looks like the king is pretty safe here, despite being very exposed. Oh, knight h4! I just saw it from the camera. Knight h4 was played, and he got up. And now it's becoming tricky. So what is the idea behind this move? Obviously you cannot play rook g8 because you are going to be mated in one. Queen h6 is there. So how do we deal about this position? The thing is, the queen is very off side of the board. Like, it cannot really help the situation right now. The most natural thing that I would do in this type of position is to put my piece on the 2nd or 7th rank here. Something like this, so that I can put it on g7 or on h7 depending on the situation. So let's say this is my move. What's gonna happen after this? If after rook e7, queen h6, if you do this, then there is this knight coming here, and then probably, wait, you still cannot take this actually, because after king here you take this, and then this is hanging, and you cannot take it with the queen because of this knight. Okay, so rook e7 might be just the best move actually. Like, you're trying to protect your king, you're trying to get more pieces around your king for this attack. If ef, I think it's not such a good idea, because just rook takes f6 and the queen has to move, and black can try to consolidate next move by playing at f6. Okay, depends on where the queen moves. So after rook e7, what could be done then? Rook e7 and yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. How many times left? Okay, he has 20 minutes to think over. Oh, and meanwhile, I think we're going to see almost the end of the game of Hammer, so let's jump into that and we can come back to this position. So after queen takes d5 here, oh, okay, his opponent played bishop h8, but this is almost not into the spirit of the game, of course. So Hammer just took the queen on d6, knight takes d6, take again on d7, rook takes d7, and at the very least he's going to enjoy 2 extra pawns after taking on g5 with his pawn. And I think he's gonna do that. Or also, I don't think it's bad taking it with the bishop, because after this you have this idea, and this bishop cannot be taken because it's gonna be a fork to the king and the rook. I think I like this idea as well. And this bishop has to move, yeah? Like, let's say it moves here, then you can pull your bishop back to this c3 and then reserving the place for the knight. And he's gonna take it with the bishop. Yeah, he took it with the bishop. Yeah, the easy way is to take it with the pawn and 2 extra pawns, but here should be winning. But although you have to try to play this position after knight f5, which is still winning. I mean, black is not doing well in this position, but yeah, I like bishop g5. Yeah, you don't care about that pawn. Yeah, you can just let it go. And his opponent played knight f5 right away, and now bishop d4 should come for sure. Or knight, sorry, not bishop d4. I thought it was bishop f6, but Hammer played knight f6, forcing the trade of this. And now if knight takes here, what's gonna happen? Probably king g2. I mean, it's almost game over, yeah? Knight takes king g2, and you're up a pawn, but your position is so well dominating. Yeah, I would play king g2 if it happens, but oh, bishop takes f6. Okay, he didn't play knight d4, but he played rook d6. Yeah, bishop e5. I think it's just very automatic to play this move. You're still up 2 pawns with such a better position as well. And after rook d7 now, I think rook e4 is called for. I hope we can play some guess the move because I think this is going to happen. Yes, rook e4 is already on the board. Rook e4 is already on the board, and I think it's pretty a reasonable position. Yeah, it's quite a reasonable position for black right now. 2 pawns down, and this rook is going to come to g4, and God knows where this rook is going to, like, you can make all sort of attacks or plans in this type of position, or maybe now putting the bishop here, or probably put the g4. I don't know. Looks like everything will work in white's favor. Okay. Well, I still have the camera 3 on Eric. Let's go to his game just to check what is going on there. Wow. Why? Why to exchange one rook? I don't like how this is going for white, actually. I think white could have gotten more than this. The position we last saw was somewhere here. Rook e2, bishop d4, g5, h4, h6, check. Ah, okay. Yeah, actually I was hoping or planning to play h4 with this idea. Takes here, and rook here. Because I'd like to play check or rook h7, I think, and leaving this pawn weak until the end of the game. I prefer to play with 2 rooks in this position because my rooks or white's rooks are more powerful than black's rooks. Yeah, so that was what I was trying to get, but okay, let's see the game. Rook f6 here, takes here, and here takes, and now white should still be better, but the task is more difficult for white now to win the game. Yeah, with the 2 rooks, it was easier, and especially the bishop was in the center. Yeah, let's see it again. So in this position, yeah, I would like to take this, takes this, and rook h1. So if somehow black played rook e6, let's say, here I'd like to go to here. I will allow this to happen. It's not a problem because se7 is going to hang. So yeah, that would be much preferable. And oh, something is happening on the first board. Let's take a look. Sorry for jumping all over because the games are getting more interesting and interesting. Oh, what is going on? What is going on? After g6, c4, and white is attacking. Okay, bishop takes f4 first. E takes f4. Knight takes h7. I told you, this was the idea that white was eyeing before. Like, that black has to be worried about this idea, like taking h7. And now if king takes here, there is queen takes, sorry, not queen takes, queen check here. Now this bishop is hanging. Before, that bishop was not hanging, right? I think it was this position. Yeah, because of the knight was on d5. So after g6, you still cannot do this because after this queen h5, yeah, the knight is blocking the bishop. But in the current position, knight takes h7 is absolutely the best move, I would say. And after knight d4, rook takes d4, bishop takes d4, and knight takes f8. So probably Amar here missed this tactic that the bishop was hanging on c5. So king takes f8 and bishop e4. Okay, I can say that this position should be better for white. Yeah. And now after bishop here, white is just going to bring his rook to the center. And if this knight is somehow on d5, okay, this is such a long shot to go to d5, but anyway, it's gonna be game over. So black has to be really careful here. I mean, it is still defendable. Also, white is not worried of this pawn being taken because now rook b1, and if you take this, takes this, and after king, okay, where does the king go? King g7 maybe. This pawn is tied down. Your bishop cannot go, but if your bishop cannot go, it means the rook cannot go as well. So yeah, it's a very hard position here, but of course you have to try to get as many compensation as you can get, because this position is of course better for white. So black is trying to gain an extra material by playing bishop takes b2, and I think rook b1 should come along. That's very automatic. And what just happened? Yeah, rook b1 is already on the board. Now I think taking the knight is not wise, so I think you have to retreat with the bishop to d4 probably, or to e5, but that leaves this b7 hanging. But I think this is the way to go. You have to take such a risk. But here Amar is still thinking, not an easy decision to make where the bishop goes. He could also take the knight on a3, but that only leave him in an inferior position without any compensation. So I would say that I would just keep the bishop, although I know that regardless where the bishop goes, white is still standing better anyway. Okay, that was such a long sentences, so I need to drink. All right. Still no move yet from Amar. Oh, queen a5. I forgot to see this move. Whoa. Okay, another threat, yeah? If you take this, it's made in one on e1. So better not do that. But also, this knight is kind of under attack right now. Where does this knight go? If you put the knight here, probably black can take the pawn on a2. And knight b4, because this is protected by the bishop, and queen a3. Yeah, oh, tricky. Amar is tricky here. Is there anything else that white can do in this position apart from knight c2? I think the knight has to go, yeah. Otherwise it's gonna be captured. Oh, okay, Eric has finished. Oh, let's go to his game. Like, what's happening? Okay, they are signing the score sheet right now, and we saw this position. Okay, he made it eventually. a4, knight c5, c4. What a move! Oh, his opponent missed his tactic. Nice tactic by Eric. So after c4, if king takes, there's rook c6, and this knight is pinned, and this rook is helpless. It cannot help this pin because f5 is being protected by the pawn. So I think because his opponent was in time trouble all the way anyway. So okay, he missed this, and after c4 is GG. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you go. Okay, king e5 is I guess because black resigned, and yeah. Anyway, okay, first win of Eric in this tournament. Well done, well done. But after a4, I believe it might still be holdable. What is the computer saying? Okay, already +2. No, this is not holdable anymore. Okay, yeah, white is better all the way. That's very good. And while Eric is enjoying his first victory of this tournament, let's come back to the top board because some of them might be finishing very soon, such as this one. So h5 was already on the board, and yeah, what's gonna happen after this? Rook here maybe? Yeah, maybe rook here with the idea of rook here. Oh yeah, he did it. And then rook checkmate on h8. Okay, that's some sneaky trick here. Oh, will he allow it? Rook here maybe? But after knight here, I'm not sure. But you can take this. You can take this pawn. Yeah, you're not worried of this one, and then this is a checkmate. Okay. I think I'm gonna take my quick break for now, and I'll be back after a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I'll be back soon. Hello, everyone. and we're back. And now I'm with Eric himself. So we've been commentating his game a lot, and I could take him out from the venue to be with me now, and so that he can try to analyze the game. Yeah. Because we have some ideas too on your game, but also I have some questions on why you took some decisions on such a move and anything like that. So let's take a look. Which one is your game?
Yeah, I forget what board number I was.
14.
14?
14. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get the camera for us. All right, let's get back to the opening. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a kind of tough start to the tournament. Coming into the day, I was half out of 2. So I wanted to play aggressively today and hopefully be able to win my first game of the tournament. My opponent went into this kind of Pierce line, and I'll admit that I don't think I've ever studied a6 before. I mean, the vast majority of games feature bishop to g7 in this position. There's also c6, which is an interesting move order, but a6 is just not something I've studied specifically. And like generally in these lines, white will go for a quick queen d2 and queenside castle. But I was aware that, like, I'm pretty sure that after c6, white changes up the move order with knight f3. So I assumed I could do the same thing against a6, and that's why I played knight f3, is to go for this quick e5 idea. But what transpired in the game, I wasn't sure if it's actually good for white, or maybe black is doing okay, but it was very interesting, very concrete. It was after bishop g7, e5. I see that eval bar doesn't like e5.
Yeah, e5 is a bit too hasty because I think in this position, I think you mix it up with other lines where e5 was working, but here I think just queen d2, you just castle and probably bishop d3, and then sooner or later you play e5 because after queen d2 you're setting up this idea to h6 as well. So your opponent after e5, I think he played well because he has to come up with a tempo after knight h5 here, and then knight c6 is just on time. And what did you do here? h3, yes. I can understand this little move. I think it's also necessary, but what was your thought during the game?
Yeah, so originally, I mean, I'm more drawn to just developing my lights for a bishop. I was looking at bishop to c4, but I wasn't sure about the line. Like bishop c4, I was calculating takes, and then
you can just play it.
Bishop, yeah. What was I looking at? Oh, takes, and then bishop g4, I think, is kind of annoying. So h3 is actually a multi-purpose move, where I'm not only preventing bishop g4 in a lot of lines, but I'm immediately threatening to play g4 and trap the knight. So I thought this is actually quite forcing. And I think black has to go into this line where we liquidate in the center with the trail on e5. And I mean, we're both taking a lot of time in this like opening because it's very tricky. Like if I lose a pawn and don't get any compensation, of course I'll be worse. But I thought I have like a nagging initiative, especially in the line that we went into after takes and takes. And okay, he takes on e5 first.
He should have taken on d1 first.
But if he takes on d1, then I take back and I'm threatening knight d5.
Yeah, but if I just take on e5 right now, what do you do?
Yeah, so I was calculating knight d5,
and
knight takes f3, gf3, bishop d4. And I thought white is doing fine here. Because if bishop takes d4, I take on c7.
And I can play... Okay, I don't know. Maybe this is wrong for black, but let's calculate this.
So I was calculating like these lines kind of deeply because, okay, he can't move the king to the d file because I take the rook and the bishop's pinned. So I was actually wondering about this during the game, if black can afford to sacrifice a rook and then get some counterplay, like takes on a8, takes on b2. And yeah, maybe it's still playable for black.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Because rook d8, there's king
Bishop
d7.
e5 here. Or even, oh,
Why
take
not
b2.
take on b2?
Yeah, take on b2, sorry. Yeah, because rook d8 and king b7 and there's
Right.
some... Yeah, yeah, I actually understand. This looks a bit scary for black. I mean, giving up an exchange like that without really knowing what's going on in the position.
And it's very difficult to evaluate from a distance because like we basically have to see this line from so many moves in advance. And I'm curious if my opponent was considering this, but maybe just didn't want to concede material. And that's maybe why he went for the other line.
Let's see the truth.
Yeah.
Whether this is
well,
correct.
we should at least like guess the evaluation because white is up the exchange for a pawn, but black has a bishop pair. Let's say it's equal. What do you think?
Yeah, to be honest, maybe... Yeah, no idea actually. Maybe 0.3 for black.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
0.3 for white.
I think it's one of these positions that like all three results are
Yes,
still
yes.
possible with imbalance.
So maybe I made some inaccuracy in the middle, like after knight d5 here. Okay, I think I have to take f3, gf3, or castle immediately.
But castling knight takes c7.
And then... Oh, and then you get that...
Bishop a7?
Yeah, then bishop f5 maybe. Yes, bishop f5.
Is this a better version?
This is a better version because you have one rook left on the game, and this actually will be very dangerous collaboration between rook and two bishops. So
Honestly, I don't understand. Because bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, c3, there's e6, or... knight gets trapped. So white's not in time for c3.
So if you go here, just take f5, I guess. I mean, f5 takes c2, and takes this, king goes here.
Yeah, it's super concrete.
Yeah, it is concrete.
My opponent has to like be the one to calculate this to go into it. So it's interesting though. It's like during the game, I was trying to remember. There's actually a chess mood course that covers a very similar line with this like liquidation in the center. But I think it's a little bit different. But I was remembering these like knight d5 and bishop d4 ideas. But okay, we went into something a little bit different because my opponent took on e5 immediately, which is also playable.
Yep.
And after the trade and castle and bishop d7, I had seen this from many moves ago, and I was like happy to play this move bishop e2, which is not like the first consideration, but it's actually a nice way to kind of keep the pressure on black. And now I'm threatening g4, and yeah, the black minor pieces get exploited. I see the engine just says it's equal. But yeah, I thought there's still some nagging initiative here. Like what happened in the game, okay, he played king c8, and I managed to win back the pawn, g4, take on b7. I'm actually surprised the engine still says equal, but yeah, maybe black has a precise way of playing. Bishop g5.
Yeah, after bishop g5, f6 was necessary, but and then going to that endgame with one pawn less, but at least both have two rooks and then good chance to make a draw. But he didn't.
I'll admit though that like when I saw f6, when I was calculating this, of course there's bishop takes f6. I thought I have this move.
Yeah, I calculated that too.
Knight e6, rook e1. But then
and
he
then
has
king c6,
king c6,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
And then knight c5.
Even rook d8 works, I think, as well. So.
But I think in that game, after king c6, black is playing for a win.
Yeah, probably because my rook is chased back, and that's not great.
Okay, so but I think after some calculation, I think you would reconsider to take f6 and then go to that line. Maybe.
But yeah, I think white still has very good winning chances in this ending because takes and takes and takes, and rook e2 and rook d1. And I'm getting the rook to d7, and it just seems very difficult for black to defend with c7 being constantly weak. So,
hang on, but if rook e2, is it necessary to play rook e2? Yeah, I think so. Rook e2, rook d1. Yeah, actually you're right. having both rooks on the 7th rank, it's dangerous.
By the way, I see the raid from the I Am Rosen channel. People should know that we're on a 15-minute delay on this channel, so we can't quite interact with chat in real time.
Yep.
But now we're seeing the chatter in chat. Hey everyone.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, let's see what actually happened in the game, because I think after 96 and I won the pawn, I think everything was pretty smooth from here. My opponent got into time pressure pretty quickly. Just had to make sure like everything's covered, because the setup looks quite delicate with the rook tied down to the bishop, the king attacking the rook, but yeah, black can't exploit me here. And then going forward,
Yeah, in that position, I was thinking also that it's better to put the bishop on this diagonal. Probably h4 is a better one because you want to also play bishop g3. But I think bishop f6, what you did was also fine. It's just that you don't have this additional idea on attacking c7. But yeah, what he did was actually making the play easier for you, because he played knight f4, but then this is no longer an idea, because after rook f7, after this check, king goes here, black is basically not attacking anything.
right. Yeah, I liked the bishop on f6 because I liked bishop d4 possibilities.
Understandable.
But of course, like, I also control d8, which is nice. And I'm wondering if my opponent just missed the fact, like, I'm controlling d8 here, because at first it looks scary that black gets some play against my king, but there's really nothing. And then I think it was kind of just a downward spiral for black after rook e2, like everything just was held together. Maybe I had a more efficient way to convert, but I mean, we just
Yeah,
simplified.
usually in that type of position, I was also mentioning in the comment, I mean, during the commentary, like probably it's easier to keep 2 rooks on the board. So I like this move that you did, h4. But after h6, probably after takes, and then put the rook on h1, and then you play 2 rooks like this. Because I think what you did in the game was also fine. It's just that the task has been more difficult for you, because you have literally a very safe king, and then you just have to get your rooks into action.
You know what I was scared of? I don't think it works here, but like I was seeing like some maybe ghost threat of knight e3. It probably just doesn't work.
No.
Takes and then rook b2. I just didn't want to like give any sort of complication. I guess there's
You have bishop e3, you
there's
have
c4,
c4.
yeah, everything
Yeah.
is fine. Yeah.
As long as they just don't play rook d1.
Right, right. But yeah, I went for this line because it just seems like everything is under control for white, and yeah, the bishop restricts the knight. And he was under 2 minutes at this point, and eventually, yeah, black kind of runs out of moves, knight c4, and yeah, this is the final position. Just to show if king takes c4, I have this move, and my pawn is well placed, preventing rook f5, so white's winning the knight.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
Yeah, the finish was nice actually, because yeah, after I think he was also on time trouble, maybe overlooking your idea with c4. Yeah, knight c5. I mean, he made that move under a minute probably, and then after c4 he resigned here, or he made a
Yes.
move. He resigned here. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
think he resigned here because it's more efficient just to put the white king on e4. I can't draw the arrow, but the DGT board designation for white winning. So yeah.
well done for your first win here
Thank
in the tournaments, and we have 6 more games to go. What are your expectations?
Yeah, I just want to take it one game at a time. I'm still trying to find my flow states. I think the first game I played was probably like the lowest quality game I've played in recent memory. And then last round I lost, but it was at least a little bit better quality. Now today I think was even better. So just trying to hopefully play good moves and avoid too many catastrophic blunders.
And tomorrow we have the Blitz. Are you going to take a part in it?
I hope so, yeah, assuming I can get some rest. Yeah, it seems like a fun side event, nice way to blow off some steam. So maybe that'll be a chance to record some more content.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Happy to have you here, and
Thanks.
hopefully we'll see many victories of you ahead, so that you can join us in the studio.
I hope so too.
All right. Thank you. And I'll put us on a break again, and I will try to wrap this up because it's taking already. Oh, okay. It's almost like 4 hours now. So I'll see you again in a bit. Okay, welcome back. Oh, the game is still on Eric's game here, so let me change it back to the first board. And oh, by the way, as we spoke before, Hamar already finished the game, and let's take a look how he did finish this one. So after knight e7, he played rook h6, threatening a mate there on h8, and then when his opponent played knight g6, he just played rook f5, trying to still threaten a mate after this and this, yeah? So you cannot take this really, or can you actually? You can, but another pawn will lose and white will end up with 3 extra pawns, and this is where Jung Min-so resigned. So that is the second board. The first board is still ongoing, and whoa, I think white is going to win this, but it's still pretty tricky. It is still pretty tricky because, well, the knight is up against 2 pawns, but it should be just some technicality to win it. I mean, I don't think it's going to be such a rocket science to neutralize these pawns on the queen side before you focus on the king side later. So it looks like Korpa Bensi will come as a leader for tomorrow's round. And let's see the third board. The third board we have Carlsen versus Orkadal, and I like this bishop better, much better than this bishop, but is this enough for black to win this position? And also not to mention about the pawn structure, like in the endgame it's gonna be very hard for white to defend all of these things. So I think black is in the driver's seat, although probably the advantage is not so much, it's still pretty slight there. And then okay, double up the rook looks very professional there, bringing everything into the action. And what about the fourth board? Oh, because we saw some sacrifice on h6 before, and then knight h4 was played some time ago. Knight h4 here, and rook e7 was played indeed. Queen e4, f5. Okay, so white is playing with fire here with this sacrifice, but then he cannot keep firing to the position. Oh, but he won in the end. Okay, let's see. He just finished the game. Okay, we can see it from the camera. They just shook hands and white won. So let's see how it goes. So, oh, he allowed this to happen. Rook e7, queen e4. I see, with the idea of knight g6. And f5, queen has to move first. King here, check. Okay, it's such a weird continuation. Why did black allow things to happen like this? Takes here. And then takes here. Just keep taking. I mean, maybe black is hoping to play and hoping for this battery to work, but I don't think so. And then f4, queen here. Okay, there's queen h2 just in time. Also, in the worst case, I think everything is just in time here, because white also cannot afford losing the e5 pawn. Takes, a5, queen h2, and I think now it's just easier to play. Knight e4 is coming, queen here, knight g5 is coming. Ooh, knight e5 probably is a desperado move, also because the time was low. Takes, queen g4, queen here, and then black resigned because, well, white has lots of extra material on the board and black doesn't have any more attack. Okay, and then on the 6th board, let me see if I can get my camera to the 6th board. 5th and 6th board, they are still playing. Oh, one of them has already finished, apparently. No, they're still playing. Okay, on the 5th board, we have two grandmasters, Boris Chotel-Bashev and Sebastian Bochner. And looks like it's just going to be a drawn endgame with this opposite colored bishop without any attack, pretty much. So, yep, this is going to be a draw, perhaps. And what about on the 6th board here? Wow, okay, this is also an equal position for both white and black. But probably white is a bit better due to the rook's activity. So those two rooks are still, they're better than the black's rooks. Okay. And how is my favorite player doing in this tournament? Let's take a look at Pia. So Pia, okay, Pia has a passer on d2. Okay, this is good news. This is good news. And let me remind you again, if you want to look for Pia in that screen, she is on the corner right bottom. Yeah, and both of them just passed 40 of moves. So, okay, Pia is in a good shape right now. Pia has more time on the clock. She should have another 30 minutes on the clock. Anyway, b5, and I think this position should be better for black because of the d2 pawn, but I'm just thinking how to reroute everything so that the queen on b7 can get into play, because without this queen I don't think Pia can somehow play for a win, because this d2 pawn needs one more help, not only the two rooks. Okay, and wow, today has been interesting so far. Yeah, and looks like everything is pretty much covered. And tomorrow is gonna be another day. And Sheila, if I'm not mistaken, we covered her game as well. Wow, she's been having quite a tournament of her life, having 2 out of 2. And now she's playing against a strong international master from Sweden, and her position is not worse. This could be just a draw if she could just play it well without any mistake. I mean, this should be quite an easy draw. Bishop d4 is just played, and probably after taking like this, you can just bring your rook back and then covering it from the back. and you always have the outpost for your bishop on c3. Everything is covered. I don't think white is in any trouble here. Okay, that's very good news. What about the other game of my friend Savita? Savita, yesterday she made a draw, but on the first round she lost. So let's see if today she's gonna bounce back and win the game. I have to find where Savita is in this. Is that her? No, it's not. That's not her. Okay, I don't know where Savita is. Board 21. It could be somewhere over there, but currently it might be blocked. Okay, the one that we see right now is Luang Pong Han. She drew against Pia yesterday, so let's take a look at her game. Whoa, interesting. So 2 rooks versus 2 rooks, but white has 2 extra pawns. Wow, she might actually be winning this position. But is it enough to win? I'm not sure. Maybe it is a draw still. Yeah, but okay, king there. If check here, just run to h5 like that. I think it should be fine. Okay, so she's at least not in trouble. She might actually be pushing for a win. And okay, we have the playing hole, yeah? Okay. Yeah, now I'd like to check Pia again because she just moved something. What did she do? Or probably she hasn't. So after h6, b5, yeah, now yeah, she's gonna have a long thing because she has to go somehow get the queen into play. And oh, there you go. Savita is just sitting behind Luang Pong Han. And okay, I think we saw her game before. Where was that? Okay, this one. Now, black is doing well. Black looks like she's winning soon because this bishop is pinned. The king is also exposed. Yeah, so I think she's on to winning her first game of the tournament. So she's been scoring pretty much like Eric, to be honest. If she wins this round, they are on 50%. And there might be a chance that we're going to play against each other tomorrow because the colors are actually match up. Eric was playing white today and Savita playing black, and tomorrow they can have alternate colors. Okay. All right. I think it's time for me to wrap things up. Wow, what a day at the office. I learned a lot in many games here. Thanks a lot once again for our community on YouTube and on Twitch. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for all the moderators. And yeah, we had Eric today at the studio. So hoping tomorrow I'll get some other player to be interviewed too. And usually we have to get those who won the game so that they can be in a good mood. But otherwise, it's been a good day again at the office and looking forward to the next round tomorrow. Round number 4, we will commence at 5 p.m. Trondheim, Norway time. And so see you again tomorrow. Thanks for watching and bye-bye.